data samples, the better.
We're back at it again. I just need to test my mic real quick and then set up a few things and then I'll start. We're back at it again. I just need to test my mic real
Life,
quick and then
death,
set up a few things
and
and
the
then I'll
world
start.
around us all follow
I
a
had
set
no
of
idea it was going to be
laws.
that loud.
But if you never test the limits, how can anyone know where the boundaries of these laws
I
are?
had no idea it was going to be that loud.
But if you never test the limits, how can anyone know where the boundaries of these laws
I
are?
had no idea. Okay, that should be fine.
The more data samples, the better. The more data samples, the better.
Baijo.
Oh,
Go see a
it's
doctor.
just some chronic problem I have flaring up again.
Even though you are
Nothing to
one.
worry about. The more data samples, the better.
Okay, I'm just letting my phone auto battle on Star Rail because I keep forgetting about the Trailblaze power, just like how I'm forgetting about my resin on Genshin. Ugh, that's the thing. I hope it hasn't been full for that long.
The more data samples, the better.
Uh,
When on the road, one should take ample time to pause and appreciate the wondrous scenery along the way.
You're about to collapse, aren't you?
my game audio sounds like it's louder than usual. I don't know. It could also be because I'm sitting closer. I'm not using any headphones or a headset at the
The
moment,
more
so
data samples, the better.
no. Also, I went out of the courtroom. Ah,
The more data samples, the better. Oh, it's just some chronic problem I have flaring up again. Nothing to worry about.
yeah, totally. It just kind of means that you're probably dying. Am I right? Also, I had to go
The
out of the
more data
courtroom.
samples, the better.
No, 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 no. Yeah, cause my resin was almost, well, it was close to getting full. Maybe I should keep fighting them. I'll fight them one more time, just so I can. How much more do you need? 125. I'll battle a bunch of NPCs. Then I'll come back and uh fight the boss one more time. I forgot to check something. Totally me. I just keep forgetting stuff. And of course, I. Okay, hold on. Um, Whoops, I forgot. Okay. Need to check one more thing because I forgot to check it. Mainly because I keep forgetting to change the title. I keep forgetting to change the title. There are still drops happening, right? Yes, they are. There are still drops happening, right? Whoa, spoilers! This is what I get. They are. There are still drops happening, right? Whoa, spoilers! This is what I get. They are. There are still drops happening, right? Whoa, spoilers! This is what I get. Whoa, spoilers! This is what I get. Okay, okay. I'm done checking that. She's pretty okay. I'm uploading a video in the background. I'm just testing something out. Mm, what else? Hide this. Put this here. Change the title. Almost forgot again. Ba- Gonna double check. Ba- Gonna double check. I did update it, right? I did. Gonna double check. I thought it would at least update it right away. Update it, right? I did. I thought at least. Or do I have to? No, no. Already did. Okay. Nice, nice. Am I just imagining that I did in my head? Because that's. I think that's what usually happens, which is why I. Sometimes I look and. Like, look back at the VODs. And then I see that the. That the video title didn't change. That I forgot to change it before starting the stream. I'm trying to make sure that I do. But sometimes I just press start streaming and that's it. I totally forget entirely. Okay. Back to it. I'm gonna put medium for now because it's a hotter day than yesterday. I'll fight one of them one time, and then that's it. Measure the Spurgeon.
Time to broaden the horizon.
More data samples, the better.
Copelia.
Hey, sharing my knowledge.
Ring cutter, know my sword. Everybody stand back. Huh?
You're toast. Everyone hold hands. Yeah. Yeah. Committed to memory. Yeah.
Oh, that's it? Oh, they have different death poses, whether they're together or not during. Ah, I see, I see. Interesting. Eight. Okay. Okay, you're almost ready to level up. Also, friendship train. Really? I prefer the one where you pull it out from the side. Oh my god. Sure. Let's give you something else. Because, I have a bunch. Like, again, sure. I should have just. For now. You really do look like. Kinda. Just kinda. Yeah, it really does. I just realized, why is this a single-edged sword? I mean, I get that, what do you even call these? These types of sword are single-edged, or were Chinese swords like this? Is this like just too. Also, something that I just found out earlier, which is kind of disappointing. When you go to the chasm or Enkanomiya, the background stays the same for their respective regions. Because in Sumeru, the desert area and the rainforest area have different backgrounds. So why can't these, like for the chasm and Enkanomiya?
The doctor will see.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Service with a smile. Now, cue the spotlight. Zip on up. The doctor will see you now.
Should I just do a tempo? Or maybe I'll just wait. I feel like I'd win the 50-50 this time. What's my history even? Oh, you know what? Scratch that. I might not win the 50-50. Okay, so that's already 55. 60. All right, because it's 60 something. 65. 67. Oh, wow, pretty early. Sheesh, I got the stuff for homie. What was I wishing for? Definitely not the staff for homie. 15. Who came out at 213? 228. And then 3. Okay. But yeah, whose weapon was I wishing for? If that's the case, I am either don't get both of these and get one of the standard banner 5 stars, or or I get. Okay, so I have a theory. So sometimes I would wish. So for example, there's two weapons in a banner, right? Especially if there's two. Well, yes. Now that reruns are a thing, so in certain cases, what I've done is, let's use these two bows as an example. So I already won twice consecutively. No, technically I've won. Was it 3 times? No, it's twice. Just it was Scarlet Sands and the Staff of Homa. So for the Staff of Homa, I wasn't trying to wish for it. I was trying to wish for the other weapon. forgot which one I chose, but I know that I lost it. So when I was wishing for the Staff of Scarlet Sands, I charted the course for that one, and then I got it. So right now, because I technically won the 50-50, the first layer of the 50-50. So if I want to get the Aqua Simulacra for this one, I should choose Great Magic instead. But if I lose, but there's also a chance that I lose entirely and not get the limited banner weapon and just get the standard ones. Because I've had that happen a few times already. I go on a winning streak for the limited weapons in the weapon banner, and then at some point, yeah, I don't know why they never changed it. The D-Luke and the Jean banner, the first standard banner ever. The design was nice. This is just too bland. Because then the left area is just a bunch of white space. Because before, the three of them were on the lower left side of this banner art, and then Jean and Diluc were on the side they're on, and it's, I don't know, but it was a nice combination of the red and from his, which is basically I think his burst, and then Jean's burst was lower. I think, yeah, because I think Jean was in front and then Diluc was in the back. So it was them doing their poses for their burst, which like I said, half of it was um kind of showing Jean's burst or in a design of like solid color outlining Jean's burst. And then in the back was D Luke outlining his burst. What happened, Genshin? Okay. Back to back to the investigation, I guess.
Whatever would you do with...
Even though this is my exploration team, they still work. I forgot to check this. Oh, I should farm for this, huh? Normal and charge attack. Would this even fit? Oh, hate them. I'm trying to think. When current HP increases. Who else loses HP? Besides Zhao and Hu Tao. And besides the twins. Or twins, the brother and sister. No! Just here for the bow. There we go. Now I have to reset. What's gonna reset?
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Bro, I haven't finished investigating.
Huh? You mean us? That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From
No.
mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
Why does everyone sound like Mona to my ears? Are my
Those
ears
who play
broken?
by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Bro, how much do you smoke in a day?
Boss. Mademoiselle. What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Okay.
Verenisha
Are
was
you a
quick to point the
fortune
finger
teller?
at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
And why would that be? See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants!
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save
A
friend
biased
from
opinion.
false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
Wait,
We'll
sunglasses
be
were
making
a
some
thing?
preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks. Thanks!
I kind of just fell into that trap. Oh, you're still here.
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in Poisson.
Impossible.
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I could make things disappear, cleaning my room would be a cinch.
You
Damn.
need not worry about such things, Demoiselle. That falls under my duties.
Okay, weird.
Oh, right.
No, that's weird. Navia line.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us. That's alright.
Oh shit, hold on. Bro, I just accidentally hit my display. I hope it'll be fine. What's wrong with my monitor, right? Just need to check. Because I wasn't expecting that when... I kind of whipped the USB cord around. It hit my monitor. Give me a sec. Could be fine. Must be fine. Okay, say that again.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but
Is that... Open the box. That's the only way you'll be able to figure it out.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
Why?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
I already forget who you are.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice, Lynette perhaps, jumping atop the water tank or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
Okay, Quentin.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
I mean, that's very typical.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us, too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
This location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The
Understandable.
investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show.
Rip.
The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
You know, why don't we go ask the persons that have been pressuring her, you know? That could also be useful. What? Just let us in. There could be something in there.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes!
Where's the rest of the rope? It was hanging from something. Also, why would it just untangle from the water tank? So many questions. White line. It's like a joke. I forgot to send these. Inside the opera house. I can still go up, right?
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time.
Why do you have different skin? Question mark? Patterns. Are you like half fish? I have no clue.
I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck.
Why are your voices familiar?
But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave.
Why does this voice sound familiar?
We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see!
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this? Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Stop.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your
Oh
kind
no,
interest.
why the fake
Come with
twinkle
me.
in her eyes?
We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
Okay, open it.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably the doors, side doors, but most likely the back.
What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Everyone step in.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
Your actual
So
twins?
that's how it all worked!
Your actual twins?
Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Lucky. Unlucky at this point. Then the quote unquote kidnapping could have happened here. Yeah, there's a vent there. And it's large too.
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
There are
I mean,
no other ways
Crouch.
in or out of here.
Crouch, one of them goes ahead,
I might write that down.
and the other one's behind them. You can definitely just threaten someone with a gun and be like, move. Why is that so hard to imagine? Here, let me check the cutscene from yesterday. Oh right, I was gonna look at the cutscene. Okay, I'm probably really close to that cutscene. I just want the cutscene part. Okay. Man, well, hers is on the right side. Yes. Wait, say that again. I mean, probably not. Are there any entrance, exits, any other? I'll just work from... Okay, what is this? Like a struggle?
These are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Paimon? What happened to your eyes? Or, it's not eyes, your eyeglasses.
Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
No, she was wearing something white and yellow, wasn't she? Okay, the vase that broke.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear.
What?
And here's a broken vase.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Huh. What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
The end of it isn't burnt, right? It's just dark.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up.
No.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement.
Then let's
The
go.
guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnel's become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
Sounds
This
so
also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
That's why he's not allowed to have friends. Sad.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Or the will of the Archon. You just don't know.
Actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I need to check something real quick.
concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case.
What? Then how are you supposed to gather?
And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Bruh, imagine it's a feast.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Tea?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
Hmm? What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Excuse me? We're gonna cook some? I guess make some, but... In essence, by game standards, it's cook some. Okay. I can't take this guy seriously.
Huh? Here? But how?
I've brought ingredients.
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Never mind. I've brought my cook. More so than ingredients.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Okay, stove it is in.
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
Wow. Okay.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Sheesh. Why are you keeping that? Up your butthole, bro? You're not carrying a bag.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
Oh, you're
These
the one.
three are quite the interesting group.
Uh-huh. It could be their group.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From
It
the
was
way
a
you had
stove.
You guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
Yes.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Damn.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Oh, she's not that kind of
Well,
woman.
I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can
I'm
only
not
read
like
books,
other
sip
girls.
tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
She even made
Well,
designs.
eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit. No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
What?
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
That they know of.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Lelouch, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making extra.
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, Demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
At the ready. You didn't say at the ready.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
It's just macarons. Nothing else.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Go where?
Alright, it's time
Oh
to put our
my
heads
god.
together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh,
Ah!
it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case.
I did not
There's no point in worrying
transition
about
it
that
back.
now. We just need to prepare.
Okay.
Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
That is the worst. That is the worst mistake. I am so sorry to the future viewers. Just so you know, the macarons look cute. They had faces on them. Silver, in fact, pulled the ingredients out of his butthole, if anyone is curious. You just won't get to see it now because I didn't capture it. Following you. Hey. It's because I was kind of feeling sleepy earlier, so I had to get up. I guess I still kind of was because I didn't even remember to switch scenes. Suddenly a viewpoint.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
I was gonna say that what if Lynette was the audience member? But I can't remember if she was on stage or off the stage when they picked the audience member. What if Cowell did it? Like changed into the audience member and then Lynette was the assistant?
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
I'm ready for my objections.
No, we're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Or, you know, just show them the underground passage.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
You just changed your
In that
statement?
case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so?
Oh my god.
And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
Hold on. This music playing in the background. What was the first part? Of just a choir.
No, nothing.
I see. But
Oh,
when the
no.
count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Yes.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and
Oh.
gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
Yes.
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
Oh my god.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Okay, then explain it.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting in
Who's that?
I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
What? What is this inner monologue right here?
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina
still
has
not
raised
over.
2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth.
Ah, father. I still can't get over the fact. When they said father is coming home, I cannot. Uh, ugh, I keep forgetting how to pronounce her name. If it's Arlecchino or Arlecchino, but damn, she is father.
Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
Oh no, not yet.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
You're gonna make me fight for it, are you?
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
Woof, woof. When everyone sits the same.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Disappointed audience member.
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
I still say you're the oceanid. Even though your eye's different. Could still be. Or what if you're the old Hydro Archon just taking on a different um, a different form, pretending to be dead. Like, who knows? Who knows?
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up.
Are you blushing?
I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Are you seriously blushing right now? Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Vitui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset.
Okay.
But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Okay. And so what is...
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
Okay, this blurring that you're trying to do is kinda not working.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point.
I mean, I get that the Fatui is trying to do something for the better good and going about it in the wrong way. But you gotta explain. Don't just be like, I want to help people. I need details. How are you helping people? What are you trying to avoid? What disaster? You know, that would
You met a
help.
Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too.
Oh?
But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
in a different case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Makes sense?
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room.
The same voice?
That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either.
I mean, the traveler should remember that this is also what happened in the chasm, where the Fatui foot soldiers did mention that, oh hey, we're here to prevent a crisis or a disaster.
But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
It's not like it's giving us a choice, so guess.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Let us present the evidence. Imagine the Hydro Archon is there. And the current Hydro Archon we've been seeing and everyone's been interacting with is a fake. I still say she's a fake. Since it's already like the trailers have been leaning towards deception. And this is already the first example of it. Lenny and Lynette deceived us.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial.
Okay.
When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Okay, hit us with the facts.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Oh no. Oh no. They're doing the anime action, whatever you call this. Oh, this music. You know what? It sounds like it could be related to what the Fatui music, or the music that has been used for the Fatui scenes. Okay, here we go. Some actual brains based on a position's account of events. You can identify loopholes in their statement. Okay. Yeah, this is objection. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new inferences. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The oratress will display such shifts clearly. Gotcha. When you find and refute all correct content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth. Oh my god.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Okay.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound.
Okay.
Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box.
Okay.
Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cal's death would be ruled an accident.
Oh, I just like this music.
And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
The truth behind this world. What could it be?
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
Yes, Your Honor.
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced, and what he saw.
Okay. So I just have to recount what he just said. Tunneling core upon entering the tunnel and did not witness the crime take place, thus did not hear the thud. Claims to have heard a mysterious voice within the chamber. Once belonged to Halsey. Existing evidence indicates that when Linny returned to the tunnel, the criminal was this.
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Was But I mean, this would be...
Seems this won't produce a particularly
No, then this is it then.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
I guess I can't refute these.
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Attention! Ace Detective
Oh my
Paimon
God.
has something to say!
No! Say it then, Paimon. Say it. Ace Detective. Then I'm Ace Attorney at this point.
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel.
Okay.
But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room.
Oh my God.
Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately.
This is kind of Danganronpa-ish, this part. Danganronpa vibes. Maybe also Ace Attorney, is it? I don't know yet. There is no objection.
The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time.
Okay.
Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Oh. Oh. I mean, it wouldn't allow me to... Ha!
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to
Oh my
fail
gosh, she's
that.
blushing.
Wasn't it awesome?
Or flustered, whichever.
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Carol hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Yeah, tell him Paimon, I guess.
Oh, they have a point.
Uh-huh.
That's right, you tell them!
Yeah, audience members.
That's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that.
Oh my God.
But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound?
Well, he wasn't. He was in the basement.
You're saying that he wasn't?
Yeah, he was in the basement. It has now become my weapon. Oh my God. Am I missing one? Oh, I did miss one. Hold on. Which is the evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? The hook, probably. Wait, you're really saying that these are irrelevant? Okay, then. Which is the evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? I mean, if you're saying that this is irrelevant, then it would be... the strange sound. The strange sound.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel.
But I missed
That's
one.
why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his
Oh
alibi
my God.
has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played.
GGWP.
To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Why should I even cut this off? I mean, it's just a bathroom break. now where were we? Empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. If you have made mistakes, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Okay. I didn't burn the rope suspending water tank. This caused the water tank to fall and kill. Okay. Okay.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Above this dish. Huh. What was this again? This logic chain. Phil Cowell in the box below. You know, it could be her. She might have just switched out of her clothes.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member.
I mean, she could have. Vase with water. It could be you. What? Are you seriously saying that it's a third person?
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
I guess if we're not counting, if we're only counting Linny, it would be someone else. But why? How and why? It is you.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the...
Huh? That can't be right. Are you serious?
What if he was the one? Try to kidnap her, but
The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting!
God.
Let's hear your reasoning
is
then.
that true?
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
What if he was pushed inside the box? During an altercation. Can we envisage Linny as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Oh.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Oh, it could have been the thud then.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
No.
Linny was not in the tunnel.
No. The prime suspect is you.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Okay.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear.
Wait, the question is how can I prove there was an altercation in the tunnel?
It would have been tough for both people to... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between...
Which one?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would like... No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
Am I missing a clue? Is that why I can't? Okay, it's this one.
It would have been tough for both people to...
Would this be then?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
She changed. What? Really? So it's this one?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that.
But I don't have the clue for that.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Yeah, I'm missing one clue apparently.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponent.
She is!
But do you
She
not
is, isn't
see
she?
The crowd is growing impatient. There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Is she in fact an Oceanid? Or an Eidolon? Whichever. Because they can change forms.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage.
Because they're missing one thing!
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing hull. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. No one entered or left.
This is it, isn't it?
The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Was that was intended? Bitch, I want a perfect run.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Eidolon. I'm so sorry.
Eidolon.
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
Stop pretending like you don't know they don't exist.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so,
Stop pointing
I trust the traveler's
at
judgment.
me. Wait till I point back.
The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, Your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress.
Yes.
Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased.
You know what? Even better, let me examine the deceased.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
Interesting. Primordial sea. Where have I heard this word primordial sea before? Who said this before? It feels so familiar. It really does feel so familiar.
The primordial sea.
Oh, you know.
The note's
Enlighten me.
contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
The other person.
The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
RIP.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
Oh my god. The music, though. The music just makes it 10 times better. When they're giving us this info of like,
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
oh, maybe this is the prophecy. This is what the prophecy might be all about. The Hydro Archon will be left alone, drowning in a sea. Or not drowning in a sea of, or Fontaine is gonna drown. Who knows?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but
Say it.
It's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Say it.
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
What? The girl is the water?
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Gather the woman.
Order! Order!
Yeah, he's judging every one of yous.
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues.
Don't worry about it, Norvillette. It's gonna be a case of source is trust me, bro.
Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
This is the one that this is the one that I'm missing, isn't it? It's still you.
The deceased's name is Cowl.
An item that used to control the timing of the dissolution. Our next question. This.
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey. The water from the primordial sea. The deceased's name is.
This thing. What item did the culprit used to hide the mechanism behind the crime? Used to hide the mechanism behind the crime. The water tank.
The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such.
What item that used to control the timing of the dissolution? What is this?
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
But what?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
It has to be this.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for it.
No, the rope. It really isn't? Okay.
I remember there was something else. Lynette was in the magic box on stage.
And then it's this then.
I remember there was something.
Man, I can't one-shot these things. Pretty close, though.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box.
Okay. Ah. Okay, that makes sense.
When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve.
What is this
Halsey.
conjecture?
Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Okay.
Huh. That does make sense.
Thank you, thank you.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
There we go.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person?
No, your pride is gonna go in auto drive.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence.
Okay.
I shall now invite
That
him
was-
on stage
that was
to
her-
share it with us.
That was pretty fast.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Someone
We were
give
just
these people a
inspecting
raise.
the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Shut
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent.
Okay.
Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
That is too high.
Paimon can't think of anything. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning.
Where are they? Where are the partners?
This is indeed the finale.
Not yet. Not yet.
Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Yes, interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance
A
to
bit
you.
unnecessary, but sure.
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
See, it was her all along.
Underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
Why?
What? Why?
Yes, why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before.
Okay.
But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief.
Right.
You even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me.
If it wasn't for you meddling kids, just kidding.
He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure.
He probably was.
So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily-Ann's perspective.
Okay. No. No longer holds water. It's all these three again, isn't it? Okay. The tunnel after beginning of the countdown. Afterwards, he used the ventilation shaft to leave the tunnel and did not participate in the dissolving of the young woman. Cowell planned to use the prepared apparatuses for the magic tricks to dissolve Halsey inside the magic box, as Halsey has appeared completely unharmed before all that. Furina's conjecture no longer holds water. And how would Halsey have reacted when the water from the primordial sea suddenly began to trickle in?
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective
Oh, did she get the... Excuse me.
Seems this...
Wait. How would Halsey have reacted when water from the primordial sea suddenly began to trickle in? Guess it could be this. What? Are you joking me?
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Okay, makes sense, but that's not what she was dressed in. On the credit, and Gloria wanted to get rid of all his partners, as Halsey has appeared completely unharmed before all our eyes. Furina conjecture no again, but there is evidence proving that a fight did indeed break out in the tunnel. Which is this?
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but...
Sheesh. Okay. Lenny knocked Cowell out, then using the method used to dissolve young girls, he got rid of Cowell and disguised it as an accident. As Halsey has appeared. After that fight, what did Halsey do? Stuffed him inside the box. Which isn't here. So it's this one.
Lily-Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time!
Yay, I guess.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket.
Oh, makes sense. They thought she was Halsey.
Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowl out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Still even.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
I had a feeling
All the events that happened in the tunnel
that it was related to what happened.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Yay.
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements?
No, just sit down. Sit down. Sit
Please
down.
answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now?
Stop with the hand pointing.
No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
No.
Wow, look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
As she should be.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowl, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowl thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved.
Pretty
He also
sinister,
tampered with the rope
too.
suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine and thus fled the box with a loud noise.
Kick.
Realizing that there was trouble, Cowl entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his
Proceed with
opponent
being
was more
stupid.
capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Of the crime?
Lillian Lynette,
murder,
While
but
there
not.
is much in Linny and Lilian's conduct that should still be investigated separately,
Yes.
this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Oh no, it's like a pump. No! It's like wishing on Star Rail. Oh Jesus.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn.
For what?
How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dare to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Dun dun dun!
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Admit.
Quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes?
Yes.
Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know.
Ooh.
Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Okay, rip, bro, I guess. Now gather the water up. No, get the water.
Ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
Who's that?
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Yes, all the guards. We can't trust any of these hoes.
So, we're just going back now? That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Stop trying to prevent me from...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But
most
still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Where's the Otets? Faja. Okay. Why is this one? Where's the command again? It was print screen something something. Okay, hold on. I need to figure something out.
one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
This is still so funny to me. She is father. I guess she has that father energy.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past.
Sure, I guess, just say it.
Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks.
Wait. Why are you calling the knave he? Oh, no, someone else, okay.
He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
I guess.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me.
Yeah, it's a different person.
I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts.
Well then.
The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
Are you from Fontaine?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Yes, villains.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
Ooh.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans.
Is that her passion?
Father,
Gathering.
I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer.
I have father.
The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans.
Don't say it like that.
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So she is the one after it.
So,
Please
She
let her be
believes in that
playable.
prophecy too?
Please, 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 please let her be playable. I beg.
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland.
But if someone sprays water on you, you're dead. Very interesting.
To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right.
I just want to see shit hit the fan at some point. Don't prevent it, but also don't kill Arlecchino.
If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Paimon.
Bye, Linny.
No, the traveler knows what's up. His priority is his sibling. Much like what Linny did.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Ba-bam, open. Do the lights streaming in change? It doesn't. I mean, I get that this is more pleasing to see. But I wish you could have just made the light move with the time of day. Open sesame.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah, I see. Well, I I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Yes, everyone has been.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
No.
It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me.
If you say it like that.
Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Let's go for that meal then.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
Ay.
Let's have our farewell meal!
That was pretty long. Okay, this is a good cutoff point. For lunch. Oh, it's already Act 2. Interesting. I wonder if we should just keep going. It already activated. I guess probably. Still haven't finished this. I'm probably pretty close. They kind of changed the this, right? I can clear this. Okay, so I'll probably proceed with Act 2. Then after that, I'll just do exploration. Because I might get accidentally spoiled this time. You grow back real quick. Okay, I will. But once I get back. I may also, before I actually, I will do a bit of Star Rail in between then, because I still haven't done my daily missions, and I want to do that because I'm very much F2P. And it's easier because I can just oh, viewport. What? Oh, I missed this earlier.
Time to go.
Because I wasn't paying attention. Court of Dew. It's above, you say? Might as well, I'm already here.
Just then,
Okay.
the rain
So I'm gonna go take.
Should it keep raining?
In the meantime, I'll do the same thing that I've been doing recently, and that is to play a previous video. Or I might just continue the one from yesterday, because, I mean, a lot of my previous one was centered around exploration, so I might. So let me do this.
This scenery is
16 to 25. Okay, I was playing. I think this was it. Let me just check on the timestamp real quick. Or it could have been the next one. I'm not sure. I think it was the next one, so I'll just play this one. Just figure out where I should start. Hold on. I kind of forgot how to do it. Go here. And then... Okay. This should be it. Thought I copied it, but apparently not. Where is it? I already am. What to do? Okay, there you go. I'll be back in a few.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port! Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines! Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do! What do you think? Good idea! Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Yeah, doing nothing for an hour.
Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means. To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
No, don't just join the party. That's weird. It's kind of like approaching people who are
If you
talking.
ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
It's a different color.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Or they're talking about stories.
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Oh my god.
Hi! We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but
oh yeah,
you
the play.
seem to be
The
really
Fontaine
busy
dude.
talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Imagine there's like...
Tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives.
No, it says someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. The body double.
Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things, it's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance.
Oh, alright.
Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from
Oh my
time
god,
to time,
she's an
I can't get
actress.
enough of her.
Fake. She's faking
First
it.
time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before.
She's faking it.
Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
It's like a D all over again.
This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of
Imagining
visitors.
things to his
Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take. Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for?
This is just the outskirts. This is the harbor.
Huh. What's the matter? She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
Great Paimon.
Maybe we better go check on her.
No, she was planted there. She wanted you to notice. It's all a huge conspiracy. That's what people are saying. They're from. I guess. You're no Arthur, not Arthur. Like a set. Case if someone approaches you like this, what you do?
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
I never noticed.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there.
Yes.
See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
They're saying people are. Someone said that they might be orphans. That came from Arlecchino's orphanage. Do they? Damn, she's a daddy then. First female father in Genshin, I guess.
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry, Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
Yeah, because the actual brother,
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
They're not biological siblings.
We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get
What
what
about,
she was saying.
What's his name? The other blonde-haired.
It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk
The one with the
anyone.
belt.
In fact, she seldom speaks
He's
at
also
all.
the brother.
I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon.
What if
always
they're
the one talking for
triplets
some
and their third the other triplet died? Can't they just have a triplet? And then that dude died? And then this older, let's say this brother is using her, which is why she doesn't look happy at all with him. Sure. Are you saying that the neck is covered because the key is there? Sure. Which one? He actually takes it off. Because you always steal all my lines. There's hardly anything left for me to say.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories, and that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now. Where to begin?
Yeah, they're already.
Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Fresh one. Okay.
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Okay,
Right
cryptic
then.
ass.
Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
Okay, question. Oh.
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
No, it's a trap.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it
Are there
seems Lady
police
Farina
officers?
has come to see you.
Excuse me? They are police officers. I didn't know. For blowing up my mic. Oh. No clue. Spoilers.
Huh. So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did you know we were looking for her?
Is she just gonna be like you're under arrest?
People, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all. Raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
No. What if she's an oceanid? Sure. Okay, what about this? Because they were saying that what's his name? I can't remember. Novelette something is an oceanid. And then what if this is also an oceanid that he instructed to pretend to be the Hydro Archon. You say clone? I'm still gonna say the body double. She's just an oceanid, kind of like the Idia moment. Idia is an oceanid. You don't even you didn't even play it. It's not gonna come back. You're not spoiled. I'm telling you. Yeah. No, the other dudes with the glowing blue eyes are idols. Yeah, everyone that has light blue hair and blue eyes, blue glowing eyes in the Velurium Mirage our Eidolons. She just told them to like transform into the previous people that were actually there before, and to act like them. Oh, you know what it reminds me? It's like all reviews. It's like the type of book. Yes, which is also part of Tango, but whatever. He has fans. Also,
Nice.
Cut this
As you
better.
can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and his companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Dude.
She talking about us?
Same.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally.
No mouth movement.